help the community. Just doing the right thing, you know?
You said it.
I don't mind going into town, but I'd rather live in the country, you know.
I hear that. No kidding.
superhero. You okay? I can't. Are you okay? Yeah. Right, I'm gonna have to take a nap then. Wait. Oh. I'm just gonna take a quick nap. Hello.
Hello.
Now I can hear you.
You okay? Hey, you might just need to clear your ears or something, you know?
Yeah. I don't know why. I took a shower and everything. Went on a run.
Oh, very nice. How did that go?
It went okay.
Okay, that's good, that's good. Hannah is still around. I think they are needing some food.
Okay, now we need to go to the community kitchen.
I also need some food and drink, so...
Yeah, I don't have any drinks. That's why we need to go to the kitchen.
Okay, I'll be... Sorry, I didn't know you walked out. I just need to reorganize a couple of outfits and then I'll meet up with you.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll, you know where it is, right? I think I showed you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll meet you there.
Okay. Before you head off. Love you.
You too. Oh my god! Ah! You okay?
I did it.
You were a tornado. What the heck?
Yeah.
Okay, so I just made the drinks. I can give you 5 of these in at the moment 10 of these. But I am going to make some more food. So I don't know if you can stick around or not.
Yeah, I mean, nothing's going on at the moment.
Okay. Also, why are you carrying a cask again?
Huh?
You're carrying a jerry can.
I definitely shouldn't be.
This is what it looks like to me. That is a shotgun. That's a katana.
Do I still have it?
Yeah.
What? Oh. That's weird.
I don't know what to tell you. That's what I'm seeing.
Is it in my hand or on my hip?
Oh, in your hip.
I definitely shouldn't. I don't have one.
But check your emails.
That's weird. Oh!
I mean, I've seen Pierce do that too at one point. I don't know why.
Hmm. Well, would you look at that? Latest news article.
Did you? Okay, question. Weird, but did you do any flight training today, or did you have to fill up their helicopter or something?
Yeah, I filled up one of them.
That's probably why, because that's what Pierce told me could happen. Because then if you have it in your your bag or something, it shows that you're carrying it on your hip.
Yeah, but I didn't use a jerry can. I took it over to Tackle Street.
I don't know. Okay, so I'll give you 5 more of these. And
Oh, yeah.
2 more of these.
Salad.
Yeah. You good for now?
Oh, very. Very, very, very.
Okay. I took a run this morning, so I'm hungry.
Mm. Yeah, had a massive interrogation because one of my serial killers
Mm,
turned himself into me.
okay. Was it Hades?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm sorry to say, but I don't fully trust it. It's been prosecuted and all?
Yep. Took a plea deal.
Okay.
20 years and then another 5 years at somewhere else and then 15 years parole. Permanent no contact order.
Did you also get anything for threatening Nix and the other dog that he, you know, showed on Birdie?
That's not really a charge that we can do.
No animal cruelty or something?
Not for threatening.
No, but he posted a picture that he said that he killed a dog.
Yeah, but that's not enough proof.
Okay.
Anyone can put anything up on Birdie and could mean nothing.
Yeah, true. What the hell happened to Melissa?
What happened to Melissa? I don't know what happened to Melissa.
Shit. Sorry. Sorry, I'm waiting. Sorry.
Oh my god. Alright, I found it. These fuckers. Well, I'm glad they got caught.
Okay, I think they're okay. Sorry, I just saw their name and I was like, what the fuck happened? Seems they're okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to, you know. I'm only just trying to catch up because it seems like a lot has happened.
What does it say?
Hmm?
I was reading the news article. I didn't hear what you said last.
Oh no, the only thing I say is it seems like they're okay and that's good.
Okay, good. Good.
And it seems like a lot has popped off.
Indeed.
Okay. Let's see, what else do I still have?
Oh, my Euros doesn't behave like a Beyblade anymore.
Oh.
Yeah, instead now it does 180 in a
Damn.
straight line, completely stock.
Jesus Christ. Is it not like extremely stuttery when you drive it then?
Oh yeah, it does.
Oh,
And don't even think about like turning any corners, regardless of speed. It does not turn.
you know I like my muscle cars anyway. Or my motorcycle.
Yeah, it's a definite like
Death trap.
race car, I think.
No, same death trap in the corners then.
That I still have my Sunrise, which I hate driving that thing because I'm like, damn, this is this good. I fucking hate this thing.
Oh, because there's a lot of people driving it. Or...
It's just one, only because he doesn't know how to drive anything else.
Mm.
It's like it can get up to 180 in a straight line. It controls incredibly well. It doesn't oversteer, it doesn't slide, and yet it's a 4-door that's also small enough to fit through anything a Sultan can. So, what the fuck? Oh, it also can go from 180 down to 0 in like 20 meters.
Jeez.
It's just stupid.
Yeah, not my thing. Okay, I'm gonna make some more food. I need to grab some more ingredients. I've been like harvesting the last few days. So I have plenty. Let's see what did I need.
Did you see my Valentine's Day
The picture,
post
yeah.
thing? I have so many. Just fun to go and do.
When you posted the one, where is it?
Ooh, I could post the rest of them to Insta. Nope, not that one. That is a dead body. That is police evidence.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a good idea.
No.
For some reason, my phone is not showing it. What the heck?
Do you follow me?
I think I do. Should
Oh,
be.
close the app and then reopen it, or go to a different tab and then go back to the home page.
Yeah, I'm following it. There we go.
I'm not going to put them all there just because there's a lot.
Huh?
I'm not going to post them all. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Save some for
13.
Valentine. Save some for Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
It's only the 8th. There's a few more days.
In 20 minutes, it's going to be...
Yeah.
Well, no, not that, but it's going to be my head's birthday.
Also, what was the deal with the guy who did the post about the Pokemon cards, huh?
What?
I don't know who the Leprechaun person is.
Yeah, Cornelius Knight. What about him?
That video he posted of you beating up a guy. He was talking about Pokemon cards.
Oh my god, he actually posted that? Fuck.
Yeah.
So I get to a call and there's a person selling something,
Mm-hmm.
and I can't see the video. Maybe you deleted it. Oh, there it is. Yeah, that's a good.
I haven't listened to it with audio though.
Yeah. So that guy punched me first.
Okay.
I was simply defending myself.
Okay. Also, a woman just pulled up in a
1 second. Yeah, I have a suspicion on who that woman is. She's waiting for us to leave across the road.
Mm,
She is, for lack of better terms, is tied to my serial killer from last night.
okay.
For safety reasons, we should both leave.
Okay. So I'm just gonna put some stuff away. Sorry. How did they know we were here?
Maybe she also just wants to do food. But
Yeah,
is waiting
fair
for us
enough.
to leave.
Okay, yeah, it should be good. I'm just
Or
gonna.
at least for me to leave.
I told Jeff to meet
I'm
me
not
at the
leaving
hospital.
you.
We can go to the hospital.
Yeah? To the hospital.
Yeah, let me just text him.
I want to document what car she's in, though. See if I can't grab any pictures.
Yeah, it was a green sports car, but you know how bad I am with fucking
Oh,
cars.
yeah. I have an idea.
Okay.
You should be good.
Okay. Yeah, I'll meet you at the hospital.
Wonderful. I was correct. The car did return. I'm going stealth mode. Yeah, do not return to the community kitchen. I will say, I bloody called it. I knew exactly who that was. So glad I'm scouting this out. Yeah. Damn it, I just missed her leaving the thing. I couldn't get a photo of her. But I did see she does have that red hair. One case ends, another two begin. They're like a goddamn hydra. No rest for the wicked.
Hello.
Hi. Hold on, I got some food and drinks for you.
Oh, thank you. So will that person put on Birdie as well?
Yeah, and I recognized him as one of the people associated with the serial killer that they had to deal with last night. So,
Oh, okay.
yeah, they told us to leave, which is apparently a good thing.
Alright.
I just clocked on duty so I could stay on radio with Hannah. Well, that being said, I also wanted to talk to you about some stuff that happened yesterday.
Yeah, sure. Let me just clock on and I'll meet you in the office, okay?
Okay.
I've put myself on Sam's 4. You could do the same if you want, so we're not interrupted.
Okay.
I haven't put 10-6 or anything. I just left my call sign as is.
Okay. I'll just radio Hannah to say that I'm just gonna talk to you.
Yeah, just say transition it to Sam's 4 for a meeting.
Yep. Okay. Sorry, that was not related to this, last half an hour, but I'm concerned about a few things.
Okay.
So, when I was around yesterday, Lily was around. I had a conversation with them. Mostly just to
With who? Sorry.
with Lilith.
Okay.
And basically the most for that conversation was like just to give some ideas and to discuss some of the recent events that have happened, including the one with obviously with Nyx. They were unaware about most of the stuff that has happened recently, so I kind of brought them up to speed on most of the things that I could think of. Then afterwards, I was on duty for a little bit longer. Not really much has happened. Just a few patients here and there, and mostly conspiracies and whatnot. And then when I decided to take a nap and wake up a little bit later after storm, Sol was on duty with Herman eventually.
Okay.
And the first thing that Sol told me when I was around is that they had a patient that got blown up by an ATM, who did have burns, but they didn't tell me what kind of degree of burns they had. Sol decided to treat them on scene and gave them morphine because their pain was at an 8 out of 10.
Okay.
So again, like I said, I asked for to clarify what kind of burns they were, which degree, to which they didn't really give me an answer. And the reason for them giving morphine, kind of as they put it, but I cannot fully quote, I've made the decision because I think that was better that way. Again, they didn't write a report. I might not know the full, extent of the injuries and whatnot because I wasn't there. But that struck me as a little bit odd.
Okay. So, when it comes to burns like that, obviously, like it's expected that on scene as EMS, you would have to, do your regular checks, your ABCs, check their vitals, all that good stuff. If they're conscious, obviously you can ask if they're in any pain, anywhere in particular, and what their pain is like on the scale of 1 to 10. If they said that the patient's pain was like an 8, I would say morphine is appropriate for that kind of pain level. I know because I've written pain management and medication guides before,
I know.
so that is appropriate. However, as something for EMS to use in the field, I don't necessarily know if that's something I would do. Because if their pain is like so high, the burns might not necessarily be to a what was that?
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry. Did Hannah send that in group chat?
I think so, because I saw it.
Okay.
Oh, Mel saw it.
I don't have a great feeling about that.
Neither do I, but if okay, I'm
just saying that so I don't know that I'm not on PD radio, so I don't know what something's going on unless they switch.
I know, but I don't necessarily agree with people, communicating in a group chat.
Okay. Sorry.
It's okay. Just don't put anything else. If they need us, if it's urgent, they will radio through to us. They shouldn't, because they should know that we're in Channel 4 and we're toggled as busy for a reason.
Anyway, strange ways I be.
What?
Anyway, strange ways I be. What is that? What does that mean?
I don't know.
Well, I did see that Melissa's been shot yesterday in the head, so that's a different thing, obviously.
Right.
Well, sorry, I'll keep an eye on it, but, like I said, it just felt like they were kind of avoiding my questions, because obviously, I also kind of see it as a learning thing, just wondering, like, for the burns, what kind of degree they are, and what would cause an 8 out of 10 pain. They told me that it was a close range explosion as well, so I was expecting 3rd degree burns or higher.
So for things like that, you can't really expect what you're going to see until you actually arrive on scene and examine the patient. They could be wearing, it depends how many layers of clothing they're wearing. If they're wearing a ballistic vest, things like that. If it was an explosion, it depends on, you know, what kind of explosive has been used. If it's a gas station explosion, if it's you know, like a gas cylinder explosion, like there's different types.
It was an ATM.
Okay. So they probably, I mean, if they were they 95?
Yes.
Okay. So they probably use some kind of explosive, like to put on there themselves, like a, I don't know, like a improvised device or like a C4 or something like that, like a plastic explosive or something improvised. Depends how close they were to it. If they were pretty close, then I would have advised to bring them back to the hospital to get them checked over for you know, things like any blunt force trauma, TBIs, you know, just from the blast, in case they knocked their head and they're concussed or anything like that. I mean, think concussion could be checked on the scene. You know, there's also the issue of if they were conscious. I mean, I'm expecting they were conscious, otherwise Saul wouldn't have been able to get a 8 out of 10 pin scale from them. So, you know, if they were that much in pain, you know, I would check to see how bad the burns were, and what, you know, degree the burns were, and then based on that, you know, they can either be treated on scene or be brought back to the hospital. But if it was an explosion they were involved in and they are conscious, you know, if their burns were minor, you know, which sometimes they can be even from an explosion, I would treat the burns on scene, you know, cleaning with some saline, apply some burn cream or burn gel, and then loosely wrap it in gauze, and you know, tell them if you know, if your pain gets worse, or you know, your burns get irritated, or there's any signs of infection, come by the hospital and we can take a close look at them. That's what I would do.
Yeah.
But because of the blast, I would advise them to come to the hospital anyway. But you know, that also depends on, you know, if you do a concussion test on them on scene, if they pass that, then that's fine. They don't need to really be brought back. As long as you check them over for any other injuries and you don't find anything else. If the burns were, you know, third degree, or like, you know, second degree, like edging on third degree, and they were bleeding and they would need skin grafts, then obviously that's a hospital job. But sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes with third degree burns or above, they wouldn't feel as much as you'd expect, because at that point there would be nerve damage.
Yeah.
In the area, like they would be obviously in some like moderate amounts of pain, but maybe not enough to be in like 8 out of 10, unless they've, you know, fallen and hit their head, or they've, you know, been forced back by the blast and, you know, injured themselves another way, like broken an ankle or something like that, you know.
Yeah. Bone.
Yeah, so it all depends what the patient's condition is on scene. Obviously, we can also have some pretty stubborn patients. As you know, sometimes the local, you know, doctors or EMS on scene that you try and work with aren't very forthcoming sometimes. So it is possible that Saul did try to get the like, you know, try to examine the burns, and the local like paramedic wasn't very forthcoming, or maybe the patient just didn't want to be brought back to the hospital. There's a few possibilities in that situation.
Yeah.
But at the moment, when it comes to patients refusing treatment, like Lilith said in our interview, we operate on the goodwill kind of thing, where if they refuse treatment, that's fine. We can just give them our best advice and leave them be, and just say, okay, that's fair enough. If you decide you do want treatment, just give us another call or stop by the hospital if you can. If it's a situation where they do have like 3rd-degree burns, for example, and they are willing to be treated on scene, but they don't want to come back to the hospital, I would treat them as 1st-degree burns. I'd do the same thing, and then just say to them, I would just ask, I understand that you don't want to come to the hospital. Can I at least treat your burns as they are right now, so they don't get infected, or they don't get any worse or anything like that. Just do the regular treatment for 1st-degree, and then advise them, I would heavily advise coming by the hospital when you can, if that's what you decide to do, and just leave it there.
Yeah, it's just based off of what the information that I was given, and the fact that there's no report for it. It was a 95. I don't know. It felt like I wasn't being given the full story. Besides that, I was around for a little bit longer.
Okay, before you move on to something else, if that's what you're about to do, when it comes to report writing, if they are acting as a paramedic, and they are, they treat someone out in the field, and it's code for patient treated on scene, and they come back, that's not something they have to write a report for. Like I said, if it's a situation where they needed skin grafts or they needed sutures, that's a hospital job. They would have to come back to the hospital, do that surgical procedure. If they are staying on, cross training as a paramedic, they would, they can get assistance. They can assist Nancy if they want, or if they want to, just casually transition back to doctor and do the surgery themselves. That's also fine. But if the patient in their care is coming back to the hospital and they are receiving surgery, so skin graft, sutures for burns, I would expect a medical report to be written on it. But because they didn't need to be brought back in this case, it seems, then a report doesn't really need to be written, unless either the patient requests it, or PD can also request it because they were 95, even though the patient was treated on scene and they got treated. So it's if you treat a patient on scene and they are at 95, but they don't need to come back to the hospital, there's always a possibility that PD might need a medical report from that paramedic or that EMS staff. So it's people should always be prepared to write them. But yeah, what was the next thing?
But okay, just so I can have it clear, you would agree with me that even though we don't have the full information. Based on what I know, again from my experience as an EMS, if it's a 95, I would have written a medical report regardless. Because even if it's a little bit more work, if they request it later, I would have been able to give them like immediately. But because we don't know the full extent, I understand why there hasn't been written one. The only other thing is that a little bit later on, John McCormack and Chris Waddle were brought in after Chris stabbed John, and John and I think Terrence shot Waddle down. They both needed surgery, as far as I knew. At least for a stab wound, from the top of my head, you would need surgery. Saul brought John
Yeah.
to the recovery and treated him there. Waddle was brought by Herman into the surgery and treated there. She also didn't write a report for John.
Okay, so Waddle was shot.
Waddle stabbed
Right.
John, and the reaction from PD was to shoot him down. They were both talking and conscious, as far as I'm aware, for the surgery. Sorry,
Okay.
scratch that. They were both talking, I think, when they were brought over. Maybe John wasn't. I cannot be 100% sure. There has been a night that's went
Okay.
over.
All right. So first, like, let's focus on the first patient first. Waddle.
Waddle, yeah.
They were shot,
Mhm.
and they were taken to the surgery by Herman.
Yes.
And McCormack was stabbed.
Yep.
And they were taken into recovery by Saul.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if... Sorry, did you say they were both conscious?
I'm not 100% sure. I know Chris was conscious because he was talking when you got out of the ambulance. John was transported in the PD car.
Okay. So so Waddle stabbed John, so...
Yes.
Okay. Okay, alright. So for situations like that, ideally, you want to keep them apart from each other, especially if they're conscious. Obviously, I wasn't there, so I can't say for sure what happened, but if it was me, I would put them as critical person in the amber. Depending on the situation, wait, who responded to it? Do you know?
Herman.
Herman responds to it on their own in one amber.
Yep. In the box ammo. Not the newer one. The sandstorm looking one.
Okay. And where was Saul at this point?
At the hospital.
Okay. Was it did it? I mean, were you on duty? I'm guessing.
Nope.
Okay. So you would have known if it came through dispatch or if they got called over radio.
Saul, apparently, what I learned later, Saul was on PD radio, Herman was on the EMS radio.
Okay. Separate topic, but I understand that for Saul's safety at the moment. But when there is 2 or more SAM staff on duty, ideally I would like to see them on SAM's radio instead of PD. If PD need us, they can radio through to us.
Mm-hmm.
I was
You
going
know.
to come back on that because Soul did explain to me earlier that they were feeling very loopy, very sick. They felt like they had a sore throat and they were sneezing all the time, which is another thing that I was worried about. So what was going on is that call came in. Soul stayed at the hospital. Herman was the only one that responded to it. Herman came back, told Soul to take John and do the surgery on him. And he took Waddle up to surgery for his gunshot wounds. Herman was writing a report when that was done. Soul was
Okay,
done
can
treating.
you just hang fire for a sec? Sorry.
Okay.
Because I wanna note this down. Okay. Herman responded to a call in 1 Amber involving 195 with GSWs and 114 Alpha with a stab wound. And Saul decided not to respond in a 2nd Amber.
13 Alpha man left.
Oh, yeah.
We're the 14 Alphas.
Yeah. So, but other than that, when you say that's, accurate.
Yes.
Okay. So obviously you weren't on duty, so you weren't on radio. So you wouldn't have known what the comms were. But you know, I would have expected Herman to suggest that Sol also respond to that if it's two individuals or two patients. If one, if we got one dispatch notification, Herman responded to it on their own. That makes sense. And then on the way or as they got there, another, they got the other dispatch call. I still would have expected them to either double up in one amber so they can treat, Okay, so actually.
Well,
If they, sorry, I'm rephrase that. If it was just one dispatch notification that they initially got and Herman responded to it, that's fine. If then, what?
they called it over radio because Sol was on radio. And then Sol told Herman that there were two people that were injured. And Herman, I think, also told them, like, you are on radio, can you tell them that I'm on my way or something like that?
Wait. Sorry, say that again.
So, from my understanding, because I'm trying to recollect here, we were standing outside.
So.
And the call came in over radio. I don't know if there was a dispatch call because I wasn't on duty.
I know that, but they would have been. It would have come through dispatch, is what I'm saying.
But again,
if an officer got stabbed, they it would have come through dispatch. If they got stabbed and they weren't able to get back up after being stabbed, it would have come through dispatch. If it was like a light stabbing when where they or those rare occasions where they just get like if a person lunges forward and they they get them just by like an inch, but it's not enough to make them fall over and not being able to get back up. Something like that might not come through dispatch.
I just checked. From my understanding from Herman's medical record that he put down, it does say 13 Alpha. So my guess is that it did come through dispatch based off of that. But again, most of the information was given through PD radio. Herman was not on PD radio, so he had to tell Sol what to do, let them know that he was on the way, etc. So in my eyes, Herman went in blindly. Would you agree?
So okay, this is the thing. This is my personal opinion. This is exactly why I don't like people being on PD radio when there is 2 or more SAM staff on duty, because one of them's gonna hang out in SAM's 1. If the other's hanging out in police 1 or PD radio, they're not going to be able to communicate with each other over radio unless they're constantly switching.
Yeah.
So that needs to. It's something I am going to be writing into the SOPs, and hopefully that's that once that's approved, you know, people can start following that. But unless you're the only person on duty,
Don't be on PD
people
radio.
should not be on. Do not be on PD radio.
Yeah.
Also, when you're on PD radio, you might be privy to some information that you might not necessarily need to or want to know. You know, you might get misinformation prompting you to, you know, respond to something that you don't need to respond to, or you end up responding to something prematurely. And, you know, if it's an active situation, you're putting yourself in danger and you might get hurt if, you know, especially if PD hasn't actually requested anything yet.
Yeah, I know this. That's why I don't stick on PD radio if somebody else is on duty.
Yeah,
I
I'm
only
sorry.
did
I'm not having a go. I'm not having a go at you. I mean, I'm not having a go at you. I'm a little frustrated by this. So I apologize for venting to you about it.
No, you're good. Like, again, I hate bringing up the issue because it's about somebody within our family. But that's the other thing. I am shocked that in the case of a 13 Alpha and a 95 situation, Sol didn't go out to help. That's what I'm shocked about.
If it's something, you know.
I'm sorry, babe. I
If
wasn't
it's
finished.
something.
I wasn't finished.
Sorry, go on.
Because it prompted them to take John, who was stabbed in a PD car, over to the hospital. I get in the sense of safety, especially in these smaller ambulance, because I think it's like a limited amount of people that you can carry in the back of the ambulance. I get that you don't want to transport a 95 and a 13 Alpha together. But Sol should have known that. In my opinion, I'm sorry, Sol should have known that. If that is the case of a situation between a 13 Alpha and a 95, regardless of the ambulance being able to carry multiple people, is it really a good idea to have a suspect with a PD officer that they just stabbed together in the same vehicle?
No, it's not. I wouldn't do it. If, you know, if it's one of those situations where if I was in Herman's position, I would have requested Sol to respond in another amber once I was on scene and I found out that, you know, it's an officer under 95.
Which they did learn on radio, because they were told that, right? They were on PD radio. They know, like, I would say a minute or two in probably, that it's 2 patients. They even mentioned it over radio. It's McCormick and it's Waddle, because I heard that. I know I'm not supposed to listen to it when I'm not on duty. I could not help but to listen in. I'm sorry. If that is a mistake on my end, I do apologize for that.
I mean, if you came by that information because Sol was next to you, giving you a running commentary on things, then that's
they
not
were
your
talking
fault.
over radio. I heard that they were saying it over radio to Herman.
Yeah, that is not your fault.
I know it's not my fault, but I feel like I've made a mistake by doing that and taking that now into this conversation. But regardless of that, they knew like a minute or so in that there were 2 patients, and it was a cop and it was a suspect. They could have easily gone to the call a minute later. Would you agree?
Yeah, I agree.
And like I said, afterwards, when they were brought in, Herman told Sol to take care of John. They brought John to the recovery and not to the second surgery. That also strikes me as odd, because in my knowledge, from what I've been told and what I remember, A stab wound needs to be investigated further. A stab wound could have nicked arteries, a stab wound could have nicked organs. It would need surgery. It needs sutures. It's not going to close up by itself.
No, I agree. However, you know, it also depends on what the handoff was like. If Herman just said to Saul, you know, this patient's just got one stab wound, I fucked up fluids, you know, they didn't need blood because the bleeding's not that bad. I don't know.
I
I
don't
wasn't
know.
there, but
And I wasn't on radio. The only thing that I heard
okay.
is that
Well,
can you
no,
take
it's
care of John? You know. Obviously, I have a
it
feeling
wouldn't.
Herman did his job. Is what I'm trying to say. I don't think Herman
Okay,
just, you know, did it willy nilly.
yeah, that's fine. But a handoff wouldn't have happened over radio unless they needed additional information. Which, you know, if Saul was on PD radio, they would have had to transition. I would have expected them to do that, but that's a separate issue. Depending on the handoff and how bad McCormick's injuries actually were, taking them into the recovery to examine them further before taking them into surgery is acceptable. That's fine.
Mm-hmm. But as far as I remember, they didn't take them to surgery at all.
Okay, well, it might have, even though it might have initially come across as a stab wound, it might have just been, you know, a cut, or, you know, something that didn't need sutures, or something that could have been fixed with like a butterfly suture or something, where you don't actually need proper surgical intervention. It could have just been cleaned and fixed that way.
I understand.
But
there's still no
sorry, go on.
medical record. There's no way to look it back.
Okay, that's, well, we'll get to that. This is what I don't like about this situation. We don't know all the facts until we talk to them about it. And I do want to talk to them about it before taking it further, because I want to hear it from them.
Mm-hmm. There's one other thing.
Okay, before we get on to that.
Yeah. Well, it's two, but it's cohesive with each other. But go ahead.
Okay. In terms of like transporting patients.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it was a mistake that they didn't, you know, respond in another amber. That's yes, it's a mistake. What also matters is if when Herman got there, whether or not they asked for Saul to come in another one. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
You two okay?
Maybe enter.
What?
Yeah, you can come in.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear.
You're fucking up the glass. Oh my god.
I couldn't hear what you said. Sorry.
Who?
Yeah. See.
Why not you got a
smoking?
jerry can
You're
on
still.
your
Yeah.
Are you smoking?
No.
No.
Are you summoning fire?
No.
They're not smoking.
If I was, I'd be concerned about you bringing a jerry can in here.
Very, yeah.
What happens if I shoot it then?
No. No.
For science.
No.
Please don't shoot me.
No.
No, I would never shoot you. Not with bullets then.
What, you gonna beanbag him?
What? Oh, taser.
No.
No, please. Remember what I said yesterday? I will also come back on that. But remember what I said yesterday
Do it kind.
about the tasing?
Mhm.
I was at
Yeah, I heard what
MRPD.
happened to a few people.
Okay.
And, apparently, a fucking monkey tased one of my cadets.
Huh?
What? A monkey?
What?
A monkey?
I was going through our emails and apparently a fucking monkey kept tasing Hugh Thundercock. Took his
Huh?
No,
name
not
with it.
you.
A monkey.
Okay, Jane, I think this is your department.
That's what Jessica
Hold on.
said.
How long ago was this? Was this
I think
yesterday?
I don't know. I think just saw movement.
There
around
is a
our
medical
cars.
report about it, but
Yeah, I
it
heard
doesn't
some
say that
doors
it was done
opening.
by a monkey. Yeah, it doesn't
Okay.
say it was because of a monkey. The hell?
Who knows? Anyway, apparently this one got shot a bunch yesterday while I was at EP.
Yes.
Yep, I've also seen
Okay.
a report about that. How are you feeling?
Mm,
Then I apparently also passed out in MRPD and almost choked on my puke.
Oh dear. Was any Sam stuff on duty to help you out with that, or
Saul wrote a medical report
Were you
about
okay?
it.
okay? Did you need looking over?
Yes.
To be honest, from what I've seen, you've been shot in the head once, had one shot to the stomach, and 2 gunshot wounds in the arms. I think it would be a good idea if we check them over.
No,
Okay.
the head one was kind of a breezy thing though. It's not the
It
hard
also
head
said you were
kind
in
of thing, so-
cardiac arrest. The hell?
Yes, to that message.
Okay, let's go to the treatment room. I'll take a look at the reports and we can go from there. Take
Yeah.
a look at you.
Yeah.
I'm still trying
I
to...
arrested a serial killer yesterday.
Yeah, you told me that.
Nice.
Where'd Jeff go?
Here.
I got a
Probably.
serial killer yesterday.
You caught one, what, like a Pokemon or something?
A serial
Like,
killer.
well,
Pocket
with
monsters?
with how fucking many we have of them, it certainly feels like it.
Oh,
Which way are we going?
yeah, I'll meet you guys up in the treatment room.
Okay.
Pop some gloves on.
Okay.
Okay, go upstairs.
Only. Don't stand here in the open. Come and join us.
What am I gonna do?
Walked over me.
Yeah, I don't feel like getting gun murdered.
She's still out and about. Is that woman
That
still
one's
out
an
and
odd
about?
one. Yes.
Okay, good to know. Alright, take a bed. In a
You
bed.
freaking lady.
I'm not gonna kill you. Did you just say I was gonna kill you?
No, no, I said the
Woman?
freaky lady. Oh my god. Give me
I mean, I know the freaking lady also has red hair, but come on.
Hmm. Let me take my shirt off there.
Yeah, it was mostly like, what is it? Let me check you.
Oh, somebody's calling police.
No, you are being
Never mind.
investigated.
I'm so sorry.
Mm. So yeah, 1 gunshot wound to the head, 1 gunshot wound to the stomach, 2 gunshot wounds on the arm. I'm going to let you do it, babe, because I'm not in my scraps.
Oh my god, you're delegating. Oh, what the hell? That's a birdie message.
Lay down! You can look at the
Oh,
birdie
I thought
lady.
you said... No, it's something about... Where did you beautiful couples go? I thought you were hang out again. Oh god, no. Am I being targeted now?
We'll worry about it later.
Alright. Okay. I'm gonna start off with your head. I'm just going to do a little concussion test here. Do you feel any dizziness, nausea, any sensitivity to light, any blurry vision, anything like that?
No. Yesterday I was a bit dizzy, that's why I puked on, but... I do have, like, a slight headache, though.
Slight headache, okay.
Not too bad, though.
Okay. Things seem to be looking okay, I think. I'm just gonna check your wound here. So we can have a look, see if there's any signs of irritation or infection, okay? Just gonna peel this back and we can take a look, see. Okay, there's no sign of infection. I can get this cleaned and readdressed.
Oh. Stings.
Yeah, well, a bit sorry about that. Yeah, how much, what are your pain levels looking like on a scale of 1 to 10, would you say? Like overall?
I would say a 4, maybe? It's not too bad.
Okay, the 4's good. Not too bad. Jane, where were the other injuries? On the arm and the stomach, right?
2 to the arm, 1 to the stomach. Trying to see if I can see which. It doesn't say which arm Saul's written this report, so.
Okay.
Melissa, which arm were you shot at?
My left arm.
Okay.
Your left one. Okay, it's a good job I'm on the right side then. Let's have a look, shall we? Peel these back, same thing again. Okay, this seems to be healing up really well, both of these. No signs of infection. So that's good. I'm going to give it a clean and redress again. go.
You okay with me writing a
Alright.
checkup report?
You can do if you like, yeah. It's not required, but if that's something you would like to do, that's absolutely fine. Alright, let's have a look at the stomach.
Wow, 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 wow.
Wow.
There's
This
gunshots.
This one looks a little bit red, but there's no yellowness or inflammation. So I am going to give this one a clean. Same thing again.
It's a bit itchy though.
It's itchy, is it?
Yeah. I don't want
Jen,
to scratch it though, because I don't want to hurt anything, but
yeah, that's
the
probably
itch is just...
it's not a good idea.
If you scratch it, I'm
Jen,
gonna yell it.
Jen,
Well,
could
not in a
you
sexy
You
way.
can
tell
always
me
scratch
if
it.
they were given antibiotics or not?
Yep, 1 second.
Oh, it's the knife.
Um, epinephrine. Sorry, I'm trying to read over it.
I know she gave me some stuff though, and also like IV with some stuff
Yeah.
against pain.
Heparin was given. Saline was given.
Sorry, what was given before saline? Did you say?
Heparin. Hebrin. No antibiotics. Small amount of morphine for the pain.
Okay. Heparin is anticoagulant.
Okay. And it said epinephrine.
It's a blood thinner.
Sorry, I'm just really bad at like pronouncing some of the medication.
Oh, you're good. Can you spell it out for me again?
So the first thing I seen is EPINEPHRINE, and that was to start the pulse because start the heart because there was no pulse. After that, pulse was regained. Heparin was given. Wounds were flushed, cleaned, and managed. Wound in the stomach was caught with a rear by tweezers, and bleeding veins were cauterized. Then they were also closed, cleaned, and bandaged.
Was there one to the stomach, a through and through, or a lodged one?
It just said okay. Grace wound to the head was flushed, cleaned, and bandaged. Gunshot wound to her stomach indicated that the bullet was in the muscle. It was removed with tweezers and the bleeding veins were then cauterized. The gunshot wound was then stitched closed, cleaned, and bandaged, so I assume that is the gunshot wound to the stomach. Then it says the gunshot wound showed a bullet lodged. It was removed with tweezers, flushed with saline, stitched closed, cleaned with iodine, and then bandaged, which I think is the arm then.
Okay, I'm just gonna do a portable CT on your stomach, okay? I'm gonna check to see if there's any outstanding damage to any veins, arteries, or if there's any fragments of the bullet still in there, okay?
Okay.
But yes, and besides the first two that I've mentioned and the small amount of morphine for the pain, there was no antibiotics given.
Okay.
Or it
Okay,
hasn't been
doesn't
written
look
down.
like. Right, this doesn't look like there's any fragments outstanding in there. I'm just gonna take a look here, see if there's any damaged arteries or veins that have come undone or anything, or if it's just the sutures. Okay, I'm not detecting anything else on the CT, so I think it's just the sutures coming a bit loose from movement and whatnot. You have been feeling feverish at all, have you, Mel?
No, I'm
Okay, that's
fine.
good. Okay, so this is just a case of getting these sutures tightened up a little bit more. I don't have to fully remove them, but I can do it here at the bedside. I'm just gonna put a little bit of surgical tarp over the area, brush on some iodine.
Is this gonna hurt?
So, first off, are you allergic to anything? Any medications or anything that you're aware of?
Not that I know of. I've never had an allergic reaction or anything. It should be good.
It will be fine.
I don't like needles. They scare me.
Okay. Well, Jeff knows that I don't like needles either, so he has a really good method to do that.
So what we're going to do is, I'm going to give you a very small injection next to the site. It's just going to feel like a sharp scratch, and then it's going to go numb. Okay, it's a local anesthetic. It's called lidocaine, and what that's going to do is just going to numb up the area, so you're not going to experience any pain whilst I tighten these sutures. All right.
Okay, sounds good. I'm not gonna look at it though.
No, you don't have to. Three, two, one, and we're done. Good job. Good job. Did really well. Okay, I'm just gonna wait for a few moments to let that numb up.
Well, that does get like a little weird feeling.
Yep. Okay, so that seems to be numb now. I'm just gonna give it a little bit of a feel. Just let me know if you feel this.
No.
Okay, that's good. Okie doke. Okay, just brushing on some antiseptic. Yeah, you might feel a tugging sensation, but that's normal. You shouldn't feel any pain, okay?
Oh, I do feel that. What the hell? Oh, I feel so odd.
Just another question while I'm working on this. Have you had anything to eat today?
Actually, no.
Okay. Have you got something you can eat?
Yeah, I got some drinks and some food.
Okay. After I've done this, you can have something to eat so your stomach's not empty, and then I can give you some ibuprofen for any pain and inflammation. That should help you over the next like 4 to 6 hours. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But I'm gonna give you that after in pill form. I'm not gonna inject you with any more needles. Okay.
Oh, please, no more needles.
No, don't worry about that. Okay, that looks all good and fixed now. I'm gonna flush this with some saline. And then we can get a new dressing on there for you. Let's bandage this in place. Have you since you got shot, Mel? Have you been experiencing any tightness in your chest? Any issues with breathing or running or anything like that?
Not really though. Just like after the thing, I
Okay.
went back to my routine. I got a bit dizzy there, and then puked to bed and kind of fell unconscious.
Okay. Okay, I'm just going to hop over to the desk and get you those pen meds I talked about, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so you should be able be okay to eat something now.
Nice. Eh, Hey.
Hello. I'm writing a full-on essay about what just went down.
Oh jeez. Who's this lost thing on Birdie talking about this?
So that lost is Lily Waters, who is the person of interest.
Was that the one we talked to?
Yes, that is Lily.
She looked a bit creepy in the way she talked and that. Jesus.
I'm being so dead ass. And when I was like a probie officer, and I would be hunting like nearly every day, I met her all the way up in Polito, Day one, it was like, I don't trust her. The lady's like a serial killer or something. And I'm saying it. I fucking called that shit. I'm 2 for 2. Day one of meeting Peter Harrison, I put on his profile, sketchy as fuck. And just yesterday, I put another note, is confirmed to be the Hades serial killer. Hashtag called that shit. I'm 2 for 2 with
Yep.
serial killers. That's why they made me the goddamn detective. I'm the
There
fucking
you go.
goat.
I'm just worried it's putting a bigger target on your back, Hannah.
It's alright. This katana's not just for show.
Hmm.
There's also an anti-nausea one as well for you. You don't have to take that now. But if you start to feel nauseous later on, take that, and that should help with your nausea.
Oh, nice. It'll definitely help. I don't like being nauseous and puking. It's just,
Me either.
If it
Baby,
does, if it
if I hear
does
it.
persist though, after that, pop back in and let us know. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, that's another thing I forgot. 1 second.
You know what I got though? When I was talking to her? A
Yeah.
really good picture to put on her profile for identification purposes. Like a full-on mugshot. Which reminds me, I need to grab a picture of her mentioning Tequila La. Will help immensely for future subpoenas.
Here you go. I've got 2 more for you. Those are the antibiotics.
You. I thought it here. There we go. Well, thank you for the look over.
Yeah, no problem. No problem at all. Are you okay, Hannah? Do you need anything?
I need a lot of things, but I'm okay.
Okay, medically, you don't. You're all good.
Again, I should.
What?
I'm okay. I'm back.
You sure? You seem to be mumbling and slurring your words.
I mean, I'm
Huh?
okay.
Hannah, do we need to check you over for a concussion?
I'm not concussed. I'm just silly maxing.
Well,
I think as soon as I finish all this paperwork and I find a mechanic, I go oopie mode.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I just got here.
And then celebrate today. Celebrate. I never fucking do anything.
Wait, what are you
Are
celebrating?
you?
Yeah.
Is it your birthday?
Me? No, mine's it's September.
Oh.
Now, what day is it?
The 18th.
Okay, sit down in bed
September.
for me. Today? What's today's date?
Today's date's 9th February.
Okay.
Oh, it's
We're good.
still the 8th.
Very good. Crisis averted.
What's
We
What?
don't need to have that discussion in times.
Hi,
What?
Jen.
I'm
What?
scared. What did I do?
Because you said it's the
Doing
9th
good.
today.
It
It's the 8th
Right.
today, so...
That. We don't have to
No,
go
when
into
you
the
said
discussion.
when you said
Okay.
18th and 19th September, I was like, okay, you sit on a bed. We need to check you over because that's not today's date.
Nope.
Oh. No. Today is 9th of the 2nd, 2026.
It is. Well,
But
for
my-
for what
m-
your watch is currently set
me?
to, yes, yes.
But my birthday is the 18th of September, 1999.
Wow.
I can prove it. I can prove it. I can
You can prove.
boom.
Oh, you're not showing that to me. You're showing that to Jeff.
I can see
Boom.
it barely.
I cannot see it. What?
Yeah,
I
it's,
see
it's,
them.
I-
What are you
it's
showing?
very difficult. I hate these badges. They suck. Boom.
Oh. Why does it look like there's blood on it?
Yeah, the design fucking sucks. With
Hmm.
blood? What?
What?
And the red on top looks like blood.
What did that table do to you?
Hi, John.
Hey, John.
What did that table do to you? Throwing the plates and everything.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm feeling better. Just got my checkup at the hospital.
You guys should be all good to go. We need to finish that meeting.
Yeah, I did. I felt nauseous
Okay.
and started puking and then I fainted.
Right,
Go
back them up,
catch
but,
some more serial killers, but be careful.
I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
No, go to bed as well. Get some sleep.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
I think we need to get you a different shirt.
Yeah, I think it's torn a little bit less.
Oh, what the hell?
Son of a bitch.
Oh no.
Wait, does that say something?
Yeah. It says, do you think you're safe?
Handful. Can I?
Wait, there's more.
Oh, all right, we're gonna do that. Can
Look at your cars.
Oh, and these doors. Don't.
Jane, I would advise you to come back inside.
Yeah.
Can I get you to circle the?
Yeah.
Don't
that's
use the
fine.
doors. Don't use the doors. Don't touch anything.
I'm not touching anything.
It's
Okay, you guys do what you need to do. I'm just gonna check around other places where they may have gotten to and let you
I'm
know.
checking upstairs.
I'm gonna try the garage.
no fingerprints on the door.
Morph is clear. Garage seems to be clear. Both garage doors are locked. It was locked as well. Yes, I believe so.
These doors are locked.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, so the door to the actual MRI, the back one, was unlocked. But there's nothing in here.
Okay, did you... I know the ICU was locked, but did you actually check in?
I did not check inside now.
Okay, I'll... Oh.
Sorry, I thought you were following me as well. Don't see anything.
Yeah, seems to be clear.
Still need to check the cafeteria and stuff.
Okay, I'm just gonna change what I'm wearing. Yeah, fun. Hey, fam.
Hannah? Hannah? Hannah?
You're clear, Jane.
Yeah, we checked everything else. This is it.
Okay. I'm sure the oh wait, hang on. Oh, that's the storm. Okay. Janitors will be fixing this up as soon as possible.
Okay. I'm sorry, before he can continue our meeting, I need to take a nap.
Okay.
I'll do that as quick as I can. Sorry to make it a little longer.
You're good. I'm just adding some things into the report.
Yeah, sorry, I thought I had everything, but I kind of zoned out a little bit.
You good?
Oh, hey, Cloud.
Does it not send you to the nearest hospital?
Huh? What's up?
Yeah?
Yeah, I passed out up in Polito, and then, no.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. I was gonna end up in the Polito hospital.
Oh, no. What do you pass out from?
I was hunting if I got to eat.
Oh, boy. Do you have any
Okay.
food?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
How many times have I been in here and you see me and I passed out from food?
A few, but
Yeah, it's bad. I know.
it can happen. It can happen.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
We didn't get notified of it though, so do you
Really?
I'm guessing you didn't press your life alert?
I thought I flexed my F most. That was weird.
Okay.
Hmm.
Because I knew you guys were on duty, so I was like, oh, I guess they're not coming. So I was like, that's weird.
Wait, it
I
didn't
mean,
say that we were
we're-
on duty?
No, it says I knew you guys were on duty, so that's
Oh.
why yeah, that's why I figured.
Okay.
I was like, yeah. I figured maybe you guys were like on another call or something, so I was like, oh, you know. That's fine then.
Very good. I mean we are marked as busy right now, but that's because we were having a meeting and then had to deal with stuff, so
Okay.
But still, normally we would still get the alerts, right? If
Hey,
somebody.
you guys should have got it, right? Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
but we didn't. It's weird.
I don't know. Maybe I missed my muscle or something, or flexed the wrong muscle or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it can
Oh.
happen though. Also,
Anyway, did
Chat back up to Polito.
did Nancy able to treat you all good?
Yeah, I'm fine,
All
I'm
good?
fine now.
Okay, no
Yeah.
problem.
Rabbit's blood. What the
yeah,
Uh, Yeah, it's
it's being
well,
investigated.
you know,
Oh boy.
yeah,
Is
it's
it Peter?
it's kind.
No
I
idea.
don't know, but It's it has been cleaned up. It's just, you know, there's some that, you know, some just
Rinse
left
of
over, I
it,
think.
yeah.
Yeah.
We have very good cleaners. They'll clean it up as soon as they can.
Yeah. I mean, my previous job before I became a doctor was a sanitation worker.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm struggling to get that stain off the floor.
It's very potent,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
People always are like, why do you always wear white? It's not hard to get up the blood off your white. I was like, well, when you've been wearing white for years, you learn some tricks. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
kind of learn some tricks and things, you know. So yeah.
Fair enough, fair enough. Also, Jeff, this is Cloud. Cloud is the person that I was talking about that gave us the opportunity to maybe set up something for the veterinary department in La Fuerte Blanca.
Oh yeah, La Fuerte Blanca. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think I've met you, Cloud, because Lily referred to you as, I think I've got you on my phone as
Yeah, we met that one day you guys had that meeting. Like I think
Yeah.
sometime last week or something. Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, she referred to me as Dr. Strife. Yeah. She's
Yeah.
been doing
Yes.
it for
Yeah, that's the
5
one.
years. Literally 5 years she's been trying to get me to become a doctor or EMS or anything. Like it's yeah. I was surprised Crystal became EMS. That's something that I've never thought she would do. And I've known Crystal even longer than Lily, so
Crystal's
that
a
was
nurse,
really
yeah.
weird to see. That was really weird to see.
Yeah, speaking
know,
about that, by the way, Cloud, I'm still talking to Lily about that, so we cannot say for sure yes or no yet, but know that I'm working on it.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on answer back. I mean, I think Theo said he's gonna approve it, but I think they're waiting until it gets closer to like housing's getting closer. To
Yeah.
approve it, so because obviously there's no point of approving it, having it going when there's no houses available to even buy it. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
and for us, it's also like Lily did point out that we would need to have an actual blueprint to give to the construction workers, which I do understand. So we're just trying to see what the options are and see if Laverta actually has a blueprint that we can use. In any case, yes or no, I will be in contact with you and I'll, you know,
I also got a Soul's number as well too if you can't reach out to me that's fine too. So
yeah, it's just like
And,
I said, because technically Soul's deputy chief, I'm the chief. Uh, I would have to stay in contact also with like Lily and anybody else like regarding
yeah.
any of the changes and any of the plans. So we're working on
Yeah, I
it.
was gonna say if we can't get that for you guys, I know the animal arc in Sandy is a really good place too. They
Yes.
have yeah, they have the like the in the back end of it, they have all the stuff for you guys over there too as well. So
Yeah, so
that's
we're
another
basically
good
just seeing what the
another good
options
one.
are for the blueprints, and if there's different locations, then like I said, we'll also let you know. We're keeping you in the loop.
Yeah. Because I mean, it's Sandy's not too far, then the block is not too far, so it's like, I also like the idea of having the helipad for you guys if you guys use Angel One or something as well too. Then
Yeah, exactly.
easy way in and out, so it's kind of really nice back there.
I do like the location of Amalak though. It's
Yeah.
I just like Harmony in general because it's central to the whole entire state, not just the city.
Exactly. Yeah, because I know back in our old city where I first met Lily and Crystal, like I was helping Harmony. Like I always had like a saying, make Harmony great again." And I was always running Harmony by myself because I had the dealership. I was manager of the mechanic shop over there. I had a restaurant over there at Yellow Jack. So
Hell
I
yeah.
was like, make Harmony great again, guys. I was like, come through.
I mean, I do agree. Sandy and Grapeseed does need some more activity, in my opinion. Same with Polito. Hopefully, if we can get my business approved as well for the diner up in Polito, hopefully it lifts up
That
the
would be
place a little bit.
sick. Also because like I go hunting a lot, so like it'd be nice to have a restaurant up there, so I don't have to come all the way down to the city and forget to eat.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
always. So that'd be nice. That'd be sick.
Yeah, that's also
'Cause I
still a work in
know-
progress, so we're working on it.
Because you guys are doing, are you doing liquor as well too, or are you guys just doing regular drinks?
No, I do have some Dutch cocktails. So to give you a perspective of the
That's what it was.
idea,
Okay, okay,
it's a Dutch pub and diner. So most of the dishes and drinks are authentically Dutch dishes and drinks that used to be served like years ago as well. It's because of my
okay.
heritage. I know a lot about it, obviously. Um, and in the other city that we were in, it was pretty successful even without having like an actual restaurant, but that was ultimately the goal where we were working towards. So now it can become a reality if the COC obviously agrees. So we'll see.
Because I know, I think we originally didn't want, or we originally didn't even have the idea of doing it, but then the city helped us, so they gave us the bar to use at the record label.
Hmm.
So I was like, ooh, now we can sell liquor. I was all like, that's nice because I don't think any place sells liquor right now.
Yeah, but we'll probably serve some cocktails. So um,
Yeah.
we're trying to keep it limited, obviously, because I don't want to like overwhelm people with like a huge menu. That's not what I'm looking for. But to give
Oh,
like different
yourself.
options, or myself
Yeah.
indeed. So we are going to give some options. Yes.
Yeah, I always say the more simpler the menu, the easier on everybody. Like it's when people do bring out big menus, it's like so overwhelming. Just like
Yeah.
so much different ingredients. You gotta make all this stuff. You're short on this. People don't know what to order. It's like
Hmm. I just
it
want
just
to
adds
be
up.
inclusive also for people that are vegetarian or vegan as well. Just so
Yes, that's the big thing as well too.
exactly. And some of the dishes we can have substitutes for meat or for any like animal produce as well. So it's easily a fix of like just having substitutes for those dishes as well. At least as an option to be inclusive.
Yeah, because I know when I used to own a Uwu, I did like a gluten-free meal. I did like a vegan meal. I did like just different sorts of stuff so that way, like, everybody can kind of come through and at least have something to eat or drink or enjoy. So it's
Yeah.
like something nice that everybody can kind of, come in and enjoy and stuff.
Yeah, and some hot drinks, cold drinks as well, like some hot dishes,
Yep.
some cold dishes. Basically, I've yeah. I hate saying that, like I don't mean to brag, but I have thought it out really, really well. And, Jeff can agree with this. I've been working on that for months, so
No, that's good though. I appreciate people who actually like are passionate about what they want to do because it just in the outcome it just makes it better for everybody.
and that's the way that I
Especially
see
for the
it. I see it
person.
as a passion, not as a business.
Exactly. That's why I say that's why like, like I think even I think the past like four business I've owned, like I never cared about the money. I was like I just wanted it to have it just that way it's available to everybody.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
like it wasn't it's like the availability and making sure that like everybody in the city has access to something about whatever the business was. It's like I know in our old city, like I was a realtor and like I had a weird sleeping schedule because that way I could wake up and be in time for the Aussies and then the Europeans and then the early NA people. So that way,
Hmm.
like, they had someone to, like, you know,
All the bases
deal with for,
covered.
like,
Yeah.
yeah. you know. And then finally started hiring people to cover those shifts. So I was like, I can go back to my normal sleeping schedule. So
Yeah.
that was really nice.
And I feel like in my case, I just also want to be able to give back to the state and to create job opportunities for other people as well that want to go into the food industry. So that's basically what my vision is behind it instead of just making money. If it's just making money, then it's not for me something that's worth it because it's not going to give me any passion or, the stimulation that I need. This is going to sound weird, but that's like, I need some kind of like um, stimulation to be able to give something back to the other people, basically to other people, and obviously now being a medical professional as well, and being the head of the chief, like of the veterinary department.
I can do that on multiple occasions already. But the food, like I said, is a passion to have something extra. So that's
Yeah,
basically what I'm
like
going for.
you're just kind of like how I am. You know, you just always want to give back to the community.
Yeah,
You know, no matter
exactly.
at which way you can. So that's like the same thing. Like for us, like with the record label, like we're passionate about music, and that's something that we always love doing. And that's the same thing how we want to do is like we want to get the music scene going and throw events for the community, and
Yes.
get more people come in and more people involved in events, and just something for people to do. Like clock off work and come join in the event, or just take a break from whatever you're doing and just you know come to an event and just chillax and relax and listen to good music and have good vibes. So
Yeah, exactly.
yeah,
Yeah, I
definitely
miss music
once.
events.
Yeah, exactly. See, right? Like, because people have been to other cities where there's music events, and
Well,
it's
just
like
events in
people love
general. I
that
don't
shit. Just
think.
events in general, yeah. Like,
Yeah. Like, I don't
because
remember
I
the last time
know,
we had one.
yeah, because I know our first one's just gonna be like a little small one, just to kind of like, you know, show the city like who we are, what we're doing,
Hmm.
and then start throwing big events. And definitely, if you get your business going, I would definitely gonna ask you to either cater or we're just gonna buy a shit ton of food from you guys for the event. So I'll
Yeah,
definitely
sounds good.
contact you for that. So
Yeah, I'm down.
because I always give the option of like, oh, do you guys want to cater so you guys can make money while doing it, or do you guys just want to make a bulk order and then we just give out the food over there and then we just kind of keep the food left
Um,
over? Like it's always like a good option of like, because at the
yeah.
time too as well, it's like sometimes let's say you throw an event, you might not have time to make to be there for that, or you might have time to just make a bulk order. That's why I always kind of give that option. So it's like,
Yeah, that's why I'm also like contemplating on asking COC what the deal is with like having maybe a food truck. If you have an actual like restaurant location, um, maybe it's possible to have a food truck on the side, not just to use like willy nilly, but for like events specifically.
yeah, I talked to Blitz about that because I know she wants to do a big spring event
Mm-hmm.
and she wants to do some food trucks. So I'll talk to her more about that because I think me and Theo are supposed to talk one of these days about something. So I'll bring that up to him as well about food trucks for like businesses, because in that way it's like, like you said, if we have you guys cater at an event, just boom, food truck, and you guys can sell out of it there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
So
publicity a little bit as well.
mhm,
Again,
exactly.
not fully the goal. Obviously, it's for the food, but that's the
Yeah.
most important thing for
But I
me.
mean, that's how I always do. Like, no matter what event it is, small or big, I always have a biz because it's just better for everybody.
Yeah,
So it's
exactly.
like,
And it gives people
'cause I think
options.
exactly. I think because I think like what this first show I already have um Hayes for Hayes mechanic.
Hmm.
I'm gonna talk to Lou when he gets back from vacation, so I'll vibes auto. And then I believe, oh, I forgot who the owners were for girls, but they're going to be opening up soon. So I want to give them a shot to kind of have that right away for an event, so that way, kind of brings out that pros is open as well too.
Yeah.
So yeah, so I was like, I just want to get more businesses involved as much as possible because then it's just more publicity, better for the community. Everyone's kind of involved, and then I'll switch it up for the next one. I'll be like, all right, let's do Los Santos Customs now. Let's do PDM now. Let's do a different restaurant. It's like give everybody a chance to do something.
Yeah, that's why everybody gets a chance. That's a good idea.
Yeah, because I used to have different gangs be security guards. Like one gang, I'll have them do a security for an event, and then another gang, I'll have them do security for another event, and then like all that stuff. That's kind
Hmm.
of cool because like they were like, oh, we kind of like this shit. It's like, yeah, we get to like, kind of like security, and I'm like, yeah, but if you guys got beef with another gang and they come through, please do not do anything. I was like, I will
Yeah.
just let the cops handle it at that point because yeah, I'm not trying to deal with that shit right
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah.
now. Because you know how gangs are when
Hmm.
they're like, yeah.
Oh yeah.
And now we got that green gang, and then now we got the Vos now. Oh boy. think that was the guy that took Lilith hostage that one day. I was like, what the fuck?
Mm.
Yeah. I was like, I told him, I was like, dude, you fucked up. He's like, what? And he just went upstairs, and I'm like, I was like, not only are you taking a government employee, I'm like, you're taking the fucking chief or the head of EFS.
Yeah.
You're dumb. I was like, you are dumb. I'm like, you're just asking to get sentenced longer. I was like, you're dumb.
Well, not only that, but we are the people that can keep everybody alive. So, you know.
Exactly. I was like, next time you need help, this is the person that is gonna be helping you. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Not like my old city. We kind of had it where basically you guys were untouchable, and I really like that. Kind of made it like like a rule where EMS was.
Oh, yeah.
untouchable.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I really like that idea.
It's difficult to be neutral when you're mandated reporters of crime.
True, that too, yeah.
But from my experience, maybe not as much in the last state I was in, but the one before that. Most people and gangs and whatever, respect medical professionals because it's us that treat them when they get hurt or save their lives or their friends' lives and whatnot. So it's more about, trying to have our staff have a good bedside manner and, treat them just like any other patient. And, if you give respect, oftentimes you get it back. So,
yeah, I think even though it's like no matter what, you're gonna have those people, no matter what city you're in. It's like,
oh yeah, yeah,
it's
absolutely.
not gonna happen all the time, but it happens. It's gonna happen, and you can't stop it. Yeah, I've learned that common sense is not very common around cities. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a risk that we can deny treatment. So, well.
Yeah, that too, actually.
Obviously, Nancy would then have to take it over, but that is a right that we have. Not that we want to, but
It's not it's not the case that we deny treatment.
Well,
it's more of, if there's a conflict of interest and one of our staff members doesn't feel comfortable treating a particular patient for a particular reason, if certain conditions are met, then they would hand it off to another member of SAMS. Yeah, if they are experienced in that area, they can treat them.
Yeah, sorry, that's what I meant.
That's what I meant.
I always tell a person, because it happened one time and I knew that they had like really big beef against each other, and I told her, I was all like, just turn around, go to the locker room, I'll tell you when to come out. When she gets down and treated, she walks out of the hospital, you can come out. Like, I know you don't want to treat her, I know you guys got bad beef against each other. I was like, best thing to do right now is just walk away from the situation. I was like, it's just gonna get ugly from here on out. So I was like, I need you to just walk away, because I know it's gonna get ugly. It's like, you don't want to risk losing your job over just something. I was like,
yeah. Stuff like that's fine, but when like refusing treatment is like said or thrown around, it's that can land us in legal issues if a patient's saying things like that. So that's what we have to be careful with, I guess.
Yeah, I brought it the wrong way, but you understood at least what I was talking about.
Yeah, I knew what you meant. Yeah.
You're not just like denying it for no probable cause or whatever, just because you want it.
No, it's genuinely when you're uncomfortable treating somebody because of a conflict of interest.
Yeah. I mean, we'll treat people and we'll save their lives, but we also have our own safety to consider as well.
Exactly.
So it's not like they're not going to get treated, because we do have other people on staff if there's other people on duty, and we do have
Yep.
local doctors and Nancy as well.
Yep.
Because that's like every job I used to have. Everyone's all like, "Club, we like you." We're like, I was like, "Why?" They're like, "Because you hire us even though we're like gang members and stuff." And I was like, "Yeah, as long as you guys just get outside of the business, that's fine." I was like, "If you guys are in conflict, or you guys are gang over with another gang and they want to buy a house off you, I'm like, just
Mhm.
give it to another salesperson. Like, you don't have to deal with them. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. Like, I've been in gang wars. I don't want to deal with those people. You know what I mean? Like, I'll send it off to another person. Like, it's like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
like we still gotta sell them a house. We still gotta like treat them like a client. But
yeah.
just because you don't want to do it, then someone else can do it for you. It's like
hmm
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I'm willing to give everybody a chance, unless they really, really make, misuse it or abuse it in a way. Then that chance will be taken away just as fast.
yeah. I always say second chances are hard to come by, so I always give second chances. But if you keep fucking up and you keep doing the same mistake, then you're just dumb. So it's like
I mean, I do believe in like a warning system, but it's really depending on what the situation
what the
is.
situation is.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
But even for like criminals that said like I want to come clean and I want to have a good job, I'm saying like, listen, I'm willing to give you a job. If you are clean, you keep your gang stuff away. Like, don't do any fighting in or around the business. Then you're good. But if you feel like that's going to happen, or if you feel like it's not going to be like that, then sorry, then you have to either take an L away, or you have to, well, obviously you would have to tell me that that's been going on. But if you're trying to stay clean, you're staying clean, that's fine. But if something happens, then I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to let you go.
Yeah, it's kind of like an expungement. You have to be clean for 30 days, can't get caught doing anything, and then once you've proven yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. But like I said, unless something happens and you are the cause of it, and you do that in or around my business, that's a different story. Because I have a very explicit rule not to do that.
That's why I always tell people, I'm like, I don't care what you guys do outside the business. Just don't bring it inside the business or around the business.
Yep.
I was like, I don't care if you hate that motherfucker, take it outside of the business. That's
Yep,
all I care
exactly.
about. It's like
Just keep it
It's
like
like,
at
just
least
don't
500
bring it-
feet away or something. No, I mean, I'm joking,
it's like,
but...
it's like, just don't bring the business name involved in it. I do not want cops here for no reason. I was like, or stupid reason like that. I was like, leave it out of the business.
yeah.
That's all I care about. That's
Anyway.
how it should be, but
Yeah.
some people just like I said, common sense is not very common. So
Yeah, we still have a meeting to finish up, so are you able to get back to Polito yourself?
yeah, I think I have a car here, so
Alright, sounds good.
Okay, good.
bye, stay safe.
You too!
You too, take care. It's nice for them to stop by and chat, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Even if they did get transported by local EMS.
Yeah, I mean, people still seem to, like, pass out from time to time. It can happen. Sorry, I'm also trying to recollect where we left off.
I don't remember exactly. I was making a lot of notes. I think we were at, I mean, I was trying to make notes, but I didn't make a lot because I wanted to listen and hear you out first. But
Yeah, I think it was still in regards to the McCormick situation.
yeah. So what I was saying to that was it depends on the extent of their injuries. You know, if they didn't need actual sutures, if it could, you know, if it was just like a fly suture that they could just put on and they didn't need any like actual proper surgical procedure, then a report, it doesn't need to be written, but like you said and suggested, and which I agree with, I would have wrote one anyway, just in case they did request that for investigation purposes.
Yeah.
At the same time, depending on what time it was and how long their shift was, they may have forgotten to write it, and they might be writing it up the next time they come on shift. But you know, again, it's something like, unless you're like really not feeling well to the point where you have to, you know, clock off and go home, I would appreciate it if people would, you know, take their time, go 10-6 and mark yourself unavailable, and you know, or heck, 10-7 if you really need to, for I'd say up to 20 minutes at, you know,
Mhm.
but you
Just
know,
to take a break.
if you, yeah, but if you need to write a report, don't, I wouldn't I mean, if people need to write reports, what I would recommend them doing is going 10-6, going somewhere quiet and writing up that report,
Yeah.
because it's important. It doesn't matter how minor or major or how long or short the report is going to be. It's still important to write up, especially when, you know, it's involving an officer where they may need that report later on for investigation purposes.
Yes. So you do agree with me that technically they should have written a report, at least for the stabbing, no matter how deep the wound was, or what the wound needed to be treated with. Because this is a case of a 13 alpha versus 95. Or with a 95, sorry.
I would recommend them writing up a report purely based on, you know, it's an officer involved stabbing, no matter the severity of it, and they may need that report later on for investigation purposes.
Yeah.
I have made it part of my routine. What I do is, you know, before they leave, and after I've treated them before they leave, I ask them, would you like to request a copy of this report be emailed to you for investigation purposes, and would you like the same for the 95 as well? And you know, I think that's a good practice to have. Because, you know, depending on the situation, like, officers can get busy, they forget to ask sometimes. So, you know, just that a little extra step would be appreciated. I don't expect people to do it, because, you know, at the end of the day, it's down to the officers to request the documents that they need to request. So it's one of, you know, it's one of those things. Like I said before, I did say to Saul that at the moment making medical reports is based on a doctor's own discretion. I think you were there when I said that. But when it comes to, you know, like situations like that, I would advise it. If they don't want to write a medical report, that's their discretion. That's fine. But if an officer from the LSPD comes back to them at any point asking for that report, it's up to them to remember and write that report and provide it to them.
Okay.
It's not a thing of, you know, at the moment at least, it's not a thing of requiring them to write a report for officer involved, you know, officer 95 kind of like related injuries. It's just so it's something I would advise to do, and like I said, it's up to, if it's like a minor injury, it's down to doctor discretion whether or not they want to write a report. But you know, they also have to think about if it's an officer or 95 that's been involved in a you know situation, and PD is going to want to investigate it, then they will most likely need copies of those reports. So it's good practice to write them and get them ready in case they do request them later on. So that's kind of my take on it. It's Saul's responsibility to fulfill PD's request should they request a copy of that report.
Yeah.
And if they are unable to remember what they did and they can't write it, then you know that's something I can then deal with.
Yeah. The other thing is as well, because of Soul being on PD radio and Herman was on the SAMS radio, Soul obviously got calls through the radio. When Herman was writing the report for Waddle, they got 2 separate calls, and Soul told Herman to go to one call while they go to, I think it was a dog bite. This is another thing that I wanted to bring up. The other day when Soul and me were on duty, Saul basically said something along the lines of, I want to I want you to handle the patients as much, and if you need anything, then, or if you have any questions, then come to me. That's not the way that I learn properly. And later on, they mentioned something along the lines of, like, I kind of feel like an FTO. But they're not an FTO, are they?
They are on the veterinary side of things, because you know the rank of deputy chief is above a senior veterinarian. So,
but that's for the veterinary
yes,
stuff.
they are on it. Correct. When it comes to being an FTO in the area that you are cross-trained in, that is up to so okay. Right now, we do not have things in place to be able to enforce certain things. That is one of them. So because we don't have anything in place, I would say, and you know, I would say that at the moment, excuse me, it would be up to It would be up to Lucy whether or not they can be an FTO. Personally,
But that's on the
so
EMS
something that
side,
I'm.
then, or am I understanding that wrong?
It's on if they wait. What when they made the FTO comment? What were they referring to exactly?
My
So
guess is
I'm a little bit
doctoring,
confused. Okay.
because I don't see the point in them FTOing me on veterinary stuff, because, you know,
No. Clearly not.
it wasn't a doctor. It was, or sorry, let me rephrase that. It wasn't a veterinary patient. These were human patients, and I'm a doctor, a resident, and so are they.
And they said they feel like an FTO. Did they give any hint or reason as to why?
Because they are around all the time, and if you think they might need a promotion or something, maybe, I don't know. But again, they said it in the context of letting me handle the patients so I can learn, and I'm saying that like learn with quotation marks, or whatever. But that's not the way that I learn. Besides, they're not an FTO on the doctor side. They cannot make sure that I get checked off on things, especially in the case of them not even helping me or not being in the room to see what I'm doing and or correct me if I'm doing something wrong. I'm not getting any feedback. I'm not being shut out. There's nothing. And
So that's exactly. Sorry, go on.
so am I correct to assume that if you are an FTO, in case of what I've seen you do, right?
Mhm.
You first, like how I explained how I learn as well. You first show it to me, then you let me handle it while you're you're shadowing me, so you're still in the room with me, and you're giving me instructions on what to do, but me still being hands-on, right? And then you let me do it, and when I have questions, then I can ask you, but you would still be in the room in case something was going on.
Yep.
Well, I got
I
0 from
wouldn't.
that. The only thing that I got
Okay.
was them running into the recovery room asking if everything went okay. And I said, I
Okay.
think so. Obviously, I'm not sure. To say crudely, they
Okay.
didn't die.
Okay. So, first point I will make on that. They, because they're deputy chief of veterinary. Yes, they are an FTO for veterinary things. On the doctor side, yes, they are cross-trained as a doctor. They are not cross-trained as a senior doctor or an FTO. That isn't currently possible, and it's not going to be possible. Because traditionally, when you cross-train into another department, you are at a fully trained level. So in the case of the veterinary department, it would be people would be able to cross-train as vets. For doctors, they would be able to cross-train as a doctor, and for EMS, they would be cross-trained as a paramedic. They would not be able to get any higher than that. There's no separate promotion. You can only be promoted in your primary field of medicine. In terms of the FTO stuff, they are not an FTO on the doctor side. So they should not be even acting in the capacity of an FTO on the doctor side. So that's that, and it obviously we don't have any. There's in the current documentation we do have, there is nothing in there about cross training as an FTO, because that's the current documentation is based on a different ranking structure, and the being a doctor isn't a rank, it's a certification. How I'm writing it in the SOPs is it's going to be so like it was in the last day we were in, if let's say someone is primarily a senior paramedic, right? So they're an FTO. They can train EMTs, yeah? They they want to be cross-trained as a doctor. They go through, the same training we give interns. They eventually complete their training. They have their final evaluation, and they are cross-trained as a doctor. For them to be able to train intern doctors, firstly, it's not really so like if I had a someone cross-trained as a doctor come to me and express they want to train interns, that is something I would go away and take into consideration. I would gather more information on it. I would ask my other senior doctors. I would ask my supervisors how well they have been doing whilst cross-training on the doctor side, and I will go off that information, but I would not I would not allow them to train intern doctors just based on them wanting to. They have to show that they can do the job well. They have to have at least, had a decent amount of experience. And usually it's a case of people not asking to FTO in the area that they're cross-training. It's usually how it goes is supervisors come to the deputy chief or the chief of that department, and they give them a recommendation. They can, or like during a command meeting, they can recommend people if they have a good reason to. A good reason is they've seen their abilities, they've seen them do their job really well. They're very knowledgeable, they're very passionate about it, whilst also balancing their primary responsibilities as senior paramedic, for example. But based on a recommendation, I would also be inclined to speak with the chief of that department, so in this case EMS, so it'd be Lucy, and I would want to speak with their supervisors on their side, so they can you know, for me to be able to get a little bit more information of how good of a trainer they are on the EMS side, because some teaching skills, most teaching skills are transferable. You're just teaching a different subject. But that's how I would expect it to kind of go. It's not really a it's not really a thing unless under, you know, very specific circumstances. So just to summarize, number one, they get recommended for it, and it's something that they deserve. If we feel like they're able to balance things out between, you know, their primary responsibilities and the other instance would be if there is a lack of FTOs during that person's shift on the side that they are cross training in, but that would have to be, you know, discussed further in like a command meeting. Yeah. If you get what I mean. So
Yeah. But again, I'm raising this concern because this felt like it was related to Doctor. You are the chief. I don't know anybody else currently on duty that's not on the LOA or, you know, unactive that
yeah,
I can reach out to. Again, if it was a veterinary question, I would have said something straight away.
yeah,
But this felt like it was a doctor question. And as
Yeah.
far as I know, on the doctor side, not on the EMS side, not on the veterinary side, we are the same. We are the same, well, I would say fully the same experience, but I think you're trying to understand what I'm saying.
we're equally knowledgeable in the fields that we in the area of medicine that we are primary
Yeah.
roles in.
So that's why I
would
did
agree
want to
with that.
raise that to you. Because I explained
Yeah.
to you and I explained to Lily the teaching ways that I need. And as you know, I wasn't 100% certain about me getting promoted to resident. I voiced that. But I will not be able to learn anything by just being thrown in the deep end and not being supervised or not being shadowed by somebody who is an FTO and who is able to give me positive and or criticism on what I'm doing correct and what I'm doing wrong.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, you were. So, just to respond to that, yes, you are right to come to me and talk to me about it. I think, like, just to make it very clear, they are not an FTO. Under, you know, when they are cross training as a doctor, they are not an FTO. They cannot FTO people. Just so we're both on the same page.
Yeah.
Because even if we, you know, did have that kind of, even if we did allow it, they would still have to come to me and ask, and they haven't. And you know, I think we're on the same page of, you know, we wouldn't expect any of our FTOs to tell someone to go in and deal with the patients themselves without being able to observe. If they are in training and an FTO said that, they shouldn't be an FTO, because it's their job as an FTO to be able to observe and document and sign them off on things that they are proficient in or not proficient in. It's their job to keep track of their trainees' progress. Now, granted, at the moment we don't have much of a method in doing that. We don't have any documents to help FTOs train people because we don't have actual training documents yet. So it's also difficult in that regard at the moment as well, which is why I have expressed reluctancy in hiring anyone on at the moment until we've got everything in place and ready to go.
Well, I can assure you, I haven't hired anybody on yet. The reason that I also wanted to point out is I have spoken to Lily about wanting to plan a meeting between everybody from command. I was unsure to have Sol invited to that as well, but at this point, with what I've observed from yesterday, I think it is a good thing to have everybody in that meeting and to go from there. Obviously, I
Yeah.
don't know when that's going to be, but I'm hoping it's going to be soon and that everybody is available. But other cases, like other things, need to be addressed as well. I feel like we also have to keep everybody in the loop of what's happening. Because, like I said, I felt like I was reporting like the last few weeks what happened to Lily, and Lily was unaware of the things that have happened before all of this happened.
Which is why I've just created a command chat in the MDT. I'm not sure if you got a notification being invited to it or not.
I did get a notification. Let me check if I can see it. I can see it.
Okay, I'm just typing out a little message. Oh, okay, there you go.
Sorry, I thought I'd keep it simple.
Did you see that?
Yes.
Okay, good. So I've invited all command members to this. So Lily, Natalie, Lucy, Sol, yourself, and me. Obviously, because I made it.
Yeah.
So that is that. We can, like, before we go off duty, I'll post in what happened earlier with the, in the lobby. So that's that.
I mean, I don't know how where you are of that situation, but the rebel blood makes me suspect of one person.
Okay, that's I don't want to cut you off or anything, but we've discussed a lot so far. And I've made some notes, but I'm not sure if I've made notes on everything that you've mentioned. So if you'll allow me to go over what I've got down and you can tell me anything I've missed out, is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll wait.
Okay, so Hammond responded to a call in 1 Amber yesterday involving 195 with GSWs and 113 Alpha with a stab wound. Saul decided not to respond in a 2nd Amber. Saul also didn't write a report for the officer, 13 Alpha. LSPD may request that report later, so it's advised to write reports for those kinds of cases. On the second thing I have was Sol made a comment about feeling like an FTO and later on expressing that they feel like they deserve a promotion. Is that accurate and have I missed anything out?
Again, in that second portion about the promotion and the FTO stuff, they did mention to Cloud that they have been the one that has been the most consistent on duty. I would say that's half true, but I think they also kind of meant it as like, I don't know, it feels like it was kind of to prove a point, which I don't personally
Like
agree
to
with.
justify it, to
Yes.
justify their point of deserving a promotion. Okay.
And I'm trying to recollect if it was before or after. I think it was after they mentioned that they should be sorry. I think it was the FTO thing was mentioned before, and then they mentioned something along those lines to Cloud that they would deserve promotion. But again,
Okay.
I do not know the exact words anymore, so forgive me for that. And did you also want to mention about the radio comms already, or not yet?
Give me a moment.
Okay.
Okay, sorry about that. What was the next thing?
What have you got so far?
I've got Herman responded to a call in 1 Amber involving 195 for GSWs on 113 Alpha with a stab wound. Saul decided not to respond in a second Amber. When treating the 13 Alpha upon arrival in the observation room, they didn't write a report for the 13 Alpha patient afterwards. What were the patient's injuries? Did the patient require any surgical procedures, no matter how minor? LSPD may request a report for this later on, so it's up to them to be able to remember the treatment they performed and produce a report should it be requested by the LSPD later on for investigation purposes. In future, I'll be advising some staff to write reports in these kinds of instances, but it is not required. Currently, actually, I'll get rid of that bit. I'll just, but in future, I will be advising some staff to write reports in these kinds of instances.
The other thing that I mentioned was the radio comms. Some staff should
Okay.
not be on PD radio if there is more than
Oh,
one
yes.
person on duty. Sorry, I'm saying that very bossy. I don't mean it like that.
No, you're not saying it. Also, you're stating your opinion.
Look, even if it's one... Okay, if Saul was the only one, then I understand. Especially in the case of the stalker, right? But if there's more people on duty in the hospital, they should not be on PD radio. And again, I'm basing it off of the situation from yesterday. Because what I was going to say is, like, the last calls, and I'm saying calls because I think it was 2 separate ones. Sol got all of the information through the PD radio, and Herman went in blind.
What do you mean by went in blind? Did they?
As far as I know,
I thought you said they didn't respond to it.
no. There was a different call right before I left. One was a dog bite, and Herman had another call. Sol took it upon himself to tell Herman to go to the other call, while they go to the patient with the dog bite. But as far as I remember, Sol was the only one that got that through on radio. What the injuries were, because Herman was again on Sam's radio, and Sol was on PD radio. So So in my eyes, it felt like Herman was going in blind to a different scene where Sol wasn't with them. That's what it felt like. I also, at least for what I can see, don't see anything about a dog bite in any of the reports that have been made. Which is, again, even if it's treated on scene. Okay, at the very least, I would have expected to still get a medical report. And the reason that I'm saying that is because if a patient is bit by a dog, canine or otherwise, they would need a tetanus shot. And if it's a wild animal, or for instance a coyote, and it's unsure why they have bitten a person, they would need a rabies shot perhaps. That is something that you need to keep track of, otherwise it is a fatal disease that could kill somebody.
So I've got Sol got information from LSPD via Police One channel and acted on that information. At this time, Herman was on Sam's One channel and did not have any knowledge of what was going on.
That's what I believe is the case. Again, I would like to, when we have that meeting, that we can ask about that to get clarification on this situation. Because again, I am unsure what the other call was that Herman went through. If I have to go off of timestamps, what I could imagine happen is that they went through that they went to Selena Morales's call, which is just GSW. But again, because there's no medical reports from Seoul around that time, it's really hard to track. And I'm going to be honest, for the veterinary stuff or anything related with animals, I would like to see a report.
Yes. So, they got information from like the PD radio and acted on it. Did how did you know this? Like, did they tell you that happened, or?
Again, Herman was writing the report on Chris Waddle, and Saul all of a sudden says negative and runs outside, to which Herman technically, when Saul is running outside, says, if you need me, just let me know, which I don't think Saul has heard because they ran outside that quick. Saul is outside speaking over radio. They come back in and explain, or they basically say, can you go to this one? I'm going to the one with the dog bite. And then they ran off and went both in their separate ambulances. And that's also the moment that I left, because I wanted to talk about... I wanted to talk to them about some of the things like I mentioned today, and I didn't really get a chance.
Okay.
Again, I do know calls come first, but I did explain to them that I wanted to talk to them in private in the office, and I didn't really get a chance to. Which, again, it's fine, but I'm just concerned about the whole situation. Like, I'm just concerned as a whole.
I know. I need to get my facts straight. So, how did you know that they were on PD radio?
Because that's what Herman explained to me, that Soul is on PD radio while they're on Sam's radio. Because I asked Herman, "Are you on radio?" And he said, "Yes, I'm on Sam's radio and Soul's on PD radio."
Was that Was that before or after?
That is a question that I asked after they came back with John and Chris.
Okay.
So this was after. This was after John and Chris were away, and the last call that I've heard come in from the dog bite and the other situation, that they both had to leave. And that's when Herman explained that Sol was on PD radio. And Herman was on Sam's radio. Again, if I'd done that wrong by asking, I am sorry, but I was curious as to why Herman was saying, like, if you need me, just let me know, and Sol just runs outside without properly communicating with Herman. To which I
Okay.
got prompted to ask, aren't you on radio? Not to, like, come over bossy or, you know, having him explain
No,
himself.
you just ask a question.
Yeah. But I'm going to be honest, I just feel like I'm a helicopter mom at this point, and not in a good way. But that's probably because I'm worried.
It's definitely concerning to me because, again, the whole cross training in 3 different, being trained in. Okay, let me rephrase that. They are cross trained in 2 other departments in addition to their primary responsibilities as deputy chief vet, right? But at this point, if someone's able to, do responsibilities for every single department within SAMS, are they really cross-trained, or are they just trained in everything? Are they what I like to call a Swiss Army medic? And I do not like that concept. It doesn't work, it undermines others, and it's too much responsibility for one person to handle, especially if they are switching between roles at an instant. It's not something that I agree with, and I don't think it's something that the rest of command I don't think it's something the majority of command would agree with either.
And we haven't even fully been made aware that that decision has been made. Lucy could have easily
because
reached out just like they put in the LOA, stating that Sol's cross-trained.
No, they didn't reach out to any of the directors to make it official on the roster either. And at the same time, because they are, if you are going to cross-train someone in an additional sub-department of SAMS, I would expect, because they're cross-trained as a doctor, I would expect to well, I would have expected for them to discuss it with me first, and they didn't. Or the rest of command, because it's having having people be able to cross train in more than one area hasn't been decided. So I think that's a command decision. So that's not something one person should be deciding.
don't know. I'm just.
So I think what I'm going to do at this point, is, you know, I'm going to. I don't want to really be, you know, seem like I'm escalating things to a unnecessary level. But you know, in terms of the in terms of the comment they made about, you know, becoming an FTO, and sorry, about feeling like they're an FTO, and you know, the um I'm not gonna. I want to speak to Sol about that. I'm not gonna mention anything else. I'm not gonna mention the, you know, the fact that they expressed to Cloud that they being the most consistent person on duty and that they deserve a promotion, because that's, you know, that's a different thing. But the FTO thing, I do want to talk to them about. The only other thing that I would like to do at this point is call a command meeting, so we can all discuss it with them, with Sol there, obviously, because they're part of command. And ideally, I would like to get the first draft of the SOPs completed, or ready for that as well. So, because I feel like getting the first draft of the SOPs done, and you know, if you know, the directors approve that, I think that's one step towards fixing this problem without having to deal with it directly. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. I just.
Because, you know, technically, they haven't necessarily done anything against current SOPs, because there's nothing on the things that they have been doing. There's nothing to say they can't do that, but there's also nothing to say that they can. So, you know, we at the moment, the only thing I can, you know, that we can kind of act upon is, you know, how they've made you feel with, you know, what happened within the, you know, treating you like a trainee, by, you know, saying what they said, and you know, that situation. The other thing that we can act on is the, you know, the report situation, and the radio comms. What else?
The reports.
The thing with them, you know, not responding in a second amber, like taking the initiative to do that. Not entirely their fault, because Herman could have also requested a second amber when they arrived on scene. You know, I don't know if they did or if they didn't. So, you know, there's that situation. But you know, there's obviously there's multiple things that that we both have an issue with, and they need to be addressed. Sol needs to be made aware of them, and you know, for the sake of like neutrality, to, you know, so they don't feel like they are being ganged up on or spoken down to. I think perhaps having Lucy there and Lily as well would probably help, because everyone can get their input in on those kinds of things so they don't happen again.
Yeah, and again, I just wanted to raise it because I was worried. I don't intend to cause any harm or any difficulty in anybody's career, including Saul. But things need to be addressed on multiple occasions, not just this. Also, what I've already told Lily from the tasing incidents, from the poisoning from Nyx, and how people responded to that. There's so much more going on.
Yes, but those are separate things to talk about, and we only have the brain capacity to deal with one thing at a time. So,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna sit over here and take a quick nap.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
We did have 2 dispatch calls come in, but I have marked myself as unavailable because we're dealing with this. So local EMS and doctors can handle it.
Yeah.
I know it's a stressful situation, and I'm sorry if it's getting to you. You don't have to talk about it anymore if you don't want to.
There's one other thing I wanted to mention.
Mhm.
I didn't hear the back in what you've written down, but I am worried about Saul being sick, loopy, whatever it is, and being on duty, especially driving an ambulance. Because that's what they told me. They were loopy as all hell, is what they put it as. And they were feeling sick. And that they were having a sore throat and sneezing a lot. And this was before. Okay, no, let me rephrase that. This was after the burn victim that they supposedly had.
Burn victim.
The ATM explosion.
Oh. Was that the same day? Was that yesterday, or was that the day before?
No, that was yesterday. It's the same day.
Was that like before or after everything we've discussed, or in between?
After the burn victim, before John got stabbed.
Okay.
Like, they even asked me, do I sound sick? To which I responded, Yes, you sound groggy. But then again, afterwards they proceeded to go and dance on top of the ambulances. I just wanted to clarify the reason that I'm worried is not just for the safety of Saul, it's for the safety of everybody.
Did they say they were sneezing a lot, or did you witness them sneezing a lot?
So it went from I am loopy as hell to I feel sick. Then they asked confirmation if they sounded sick, to which I said yes. And then they said, I have a sore throat and I'm sneezing a lot.
Okay. Did you? I'm guessing you said you're off duty, right?
Sorry, say again?
You said you were off duty at that time, right?
Yes.
Did you advise them to go off duty at all, or go take a
No.
rest or anything?
No. Because again, in my mind, I don't feel like it's my place.
Okay. So what I will say is, that if you're off duty, you can advise it. You can't force them to go off duty. If you're off duty yourself, you would have to be on duty to be able to advise them to go off duty as well. Sorry, you would have to be on duty in order to be able to tell them to go off duty. It doesn't matter if they are acting in the capacity of you know okay, let me rephrase. It doesn't matter if they are acting in the capacity of their primary role, or if they are currently like operating under a role that they're cross-trained in. You, as a chief, you have the authority to be able to send people off duty if you have reasonable suspicion or evidence, so they told you that they are feeling like that.
Okay.
But again, that's only if you're on duty. And they've said that to you when you've been on duty. So
They said it when I was off duty, yes.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I understand that. The best thing you can advise them in that situation is, just advise them, like, maybe you should go off GUE if you're not feeling well. And at that point, if they continue to stay on GUE, that's their decision. And, if anything happens as a result, that's, then, that's something else we will deal with.
I don't know why, but I feel so uncomfortable.
Okay. Okay, so sorry. At this point, what would you like to happen as a result?
I don't know what the results are at the moment. But what I think needs to happen is we have to have a command meeting where we can speak openly and freely. We can ask questions and get everything sorted and clear on specific situations. And then go from there.
Okay.
I don't know. I do not know what the end result will be.
Okay.
The only thing that I'm hoping for is that it can be resolved without any significant consequences for anybody, as well as I'm hoping that I can rather see it as a learning point for everybody involved, except for like having really harsh consequences or needing actions needed because of something like this.
So what I would say is, out of everything that we've discussed, they, I'm not sure, so you could, I'm not sure if you agree with me, but, number one, regardless of, you know, whether people can, cross-train in more than one department or not, they should, I don't think they should be a fully cross-trained paramedic. I do not think they should be an FTO on the doctor side. And
I don't think it should be split 3 ways at all.
no, I don't. I don't. Like that's a you know, a separate issue. Someone should not be able to cross-train in more than one department. That is my opinion, and I will stand by that. Yeah, I do want to like ask you an important question though, because you know, I think it's, you know, it needs to be asked.
Yeah, go ahead.
Would you be confident them being an FTO in the veterinary department and training vet techs? Like right now, as things stand right now, without, you know, SOPs and stuff.
No.
Okay, I agree. Under normal circumstances, I think we're on the same page with things.
Can I also explain why?
I mean, I think I understand why, but go ahead.
For me, it's regardless of the SOPs, it's the way they have treated me as a doctor. I do not think that is the right course of action as an FTO.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I do also hope that this department can also, you know, provide people opportunities to learn from things and improve and not be judged on initial actions that they take in areas that they are inexperienced in. So I think, like, you know, what I'm hoping as a result of like having discussed everything is that if the new SOPs are approved by the directors, that we all can follow them, and there should be less similar things happening, like the things that we've discussed. That is what I'm hoping for.
Yeah.
In terms of, their position in the vet department, ultimately that is your decision. But because I'm not part of the vet department, I know I'm a chief and I'm part of command. I think after we've gotten the SOPs sorted and approved and everything, and we've got all the basic documents written up for all of our departments, I think then and only then should they be you know given the chance to show what kind of a medical professional they can be with the correct guidance and things that they can follow along with, rather than act like it's the Wild West in here, because it's not. And I think that's a big part of the problem. They have no guidance, so they're just doing what they feel like is acceptable for them to do. And it's not just I don't think it's just one like them as one person. I think there's other people as well. So, which I'm not naming names. I'm not going to pin any blame on anyone, because we're all in the same situation of operating without guidance and things to go by right now. I think the reason why myself and Lucy are able to, or it might appear to some people that we're able to handle things without that guidance and documentation or whatever. That's because well, obviously I can't speak for Lucy, but for me, that's because I have a lot of experience in command, in a command position. I know how to deal with things, and I know what not to do in situations. So
Yeah, you do have way more experience in that department, so.
but that doesn't mean that you can learn from observing the things that we do. It doesn't mean that you can't learn from making your own decisions within the veterinary side of things. It will take time for you to get comfortable with doing certain tasks and making certain decisions, but if you need help with anything, I'm here. Lucy's here, and so is Lily as well. If you're ever unsure about anything, you can always go to Lily as too. So
That's exactly why I came to you. Not because, well,
yeah, well, you spoke to Lily as well, right? And not about specifics.
not about
So,
this. Because this happened after. But
yeah,
more about like trying to keep them up to speed with some ideas that we had. For instance, like doing
Yeah.
the information sharing on Birdie with like some facts about the veterinary side. Lily did
Yeah.
explain like maybe it's a good idea to keep on the positive side and on the negative side in the sense of like maybe share what animals can eat rather than what's poisonous for them, and post like if they are unsure to come by the hospital or to call.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd rather have them come by the hospital.
I would say come by the hospital because the ambulance line is for emergencies only.
Yeah.
Or yeah, that's why I have that's what I haven't have always treated it as anyway. Um,
And like I said, that was more of like getting them up to speed and about some of the veterinary department ideas. For instance, for Lavretta, to which Lily explained that we need blueprints in order to be able to look for locations, which is fine. I explained that to Saul as well. Saul said they were going to look at blueprints as well, but at the moment, my preference is the animal arc. Because we know the animal
Yeah.
arc, we know how it looks, we know what it has, and it's pretty good, especially if we were to maybe later on sell either animals or animal proficiencies like food and stuff.
Yeah. So did send out an internal email as well. You should have seen it, but I've only seen it now because I didn't like get actually tagged or notified in it. Um, in regards to PD requesting an autopsy of an individual who passed away. Apparently, the individual is in cold storage, but they didn't say their name or any details. So I'm hoping there is a report, a DOA report.
There
or
is a
something.
DOA.
Go on.
There's a DOA
There is.
report. Yeah. Peter Yu.
Okay.
And it also says in the notes an autopsy will be done to further identify injuries and confirm the cause of death. But I don't think it has happened yet, unless if it has, we don't know about it.
Well, they would have. They would have. If an autopsy's happened, there would have been an autopsy report, there isn't. So, and this was like 17 hours ago now.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you think we should talk to Sol first, or do you think we should just arrange a command meeting and talk all about it then?
I don't know.
Because, you know, there's multiple, areas of concern, both from, like, the HMS side.
I think it should be with everybody because this covers. You good?
Yeah, sorry, I just sneezed, so I couldn't finish what I was saying.
It's okay.
Both from HMS side and EMS side.
Yeah.
And at the same time, I think it'd be a good idea to keep Lily on the same page as well and informed with it. So
Yeah. And because it is covering technically the whole hospital at this point, I do agree that it should
Yes, it
be
is.
everybody involved, and I don't like it because it might still give Sol the idea of maybe getting ambushed, which is not what we were trying to do.
Well,
But maybe it will also reassure them if we make sure that we tell them that's not the goal.
yes. There is another way we could deal with it, which under normal circumstances I wouldn't do. Which is, I finish the SOPs. We arrange a meeting. I make sure the SOPs first draft is done by the time that meeting comes around, and we discuss the SOPs, and then once you know, if they get approved, we can start fresh, start a clean slate, and we can just go from there.
Yeah, it's just I feel like I am
And then-
really behind with the SOPs.
So, what I'm talking about is the SOPs, not the treatment guides or department-specific documentations. I'm just talking about the base SOPs for SAMs. That applies to everyone, not department-specific.
But yes, I just still feel like I'm behind.
On your department specific documentation.
Yeah.
Well, I've had a look at what you've done, and I can confidently say it's more than what I've done. I'm not sure if you received them, but I gave you access to a document last night with headings. Those are pretty much all I've got so far for the HMS treatments and stuff guide. So I gave you access to that. You should be able to see those things, those headings. I put in the veterinary thing for you. I hope those will help you, because I know that's something that that I suggested might help, and that's something you said might help. So
yeah, it's just if you don't mind, I'll look at that tomorrow. Because all of this has really stressed me out, and I'm not capable of thinking very clearly. And I feel like after we've concluded the meeting, I'm going to go 42, and I don't know what I'll do after.
Yeah. After we've done here, I'm also going to go 42 and just go home and get some rest.
Yeah. Okay. come with you if you don't mind driving.
Yeah, sure.
It's just like I said, these kind of things. The only thing that I'm hoping for is that it's resulting in a good outcome and not a bad one.
Okay. I can just sort these emails out to you, but what I do want to do is post my first message in the command chat about what happened this morning.
Yeah, that is something that we should also make Sorrel aware of, because that's what I was trying to say. I'm pretty sure because of what they told me recently, this is related to their stalker, because their stalker has
It's
left.
the rabbit thing, right?
Yeah, the rabbit blood and
Yeah.
sigils. I haven't seen any sigils or anything, just the blood on the hallway and on the PD cars as well. But I didn't see like a, as they described it, a smiley face. Apparently that's a sigil that the stalker leaves behind regularly.
Um, who said it was rabbit's blood, or did someone do tests on it to
Hana.
find out? Okay.
I don't think we actually did a test. But
well, I guess it would have been up to them to collect it as evidence and them do it, right?
They did collect it,
unless,
I think.
Unless, yeah. But what I'm saying is, it's their department to test, unless they wanted to get unless they wanted to involve the veterinary department.
From my understanding, what Sol told me is that they checked it last time here, and it came back to a rabbit species that is found up in Polito.
Okay.
I mean, we can obviously scan animal profiles here. I'm not sure about the equipment that the PD has.
Well, I would say, because it's a crime scene, and it's evidence. It is down to the LSPD to collect that evidence and analyze that themselves.
Yeah,
it is not up to. I mean, so I'm not dictating anything, but I'm suggesting, and you can like chime in on this, but I don't think it's the responsibility of the veterinary department under SAMS to step in and take a sample of that blood to analyze ourselves, because it's a police investigation, and they haven't given us permission to be able to do that because it's evidence technically.
Only if we are given permission, that's the difference. If they are asking us to do it, I do not see an issue. But if they didn't, I don't want to take it upon myself to do that.
Did they ask beforehand for the other incident?
I do not know. I wasn't there.
Okay.
That's another thing. That's something that Soul dealt with. So, I do not know. This is what I mean. Like, this is hard to. Obviously, again, because it's related to a PD. Investigation. Sorry, my brain just went blank for a second. Because it's in relation to an investigation of somebody actively stalking Saul. I don't know if they took it upon themselves to run that test, or if they asked Saul to check it.
Okay.
But I'm going to be honest.
Do you know if it was this?
Sorry, go on.
Do you know if it was the same words written on the PD cars as well outside?
I don't know. I didn't get time to check.
Okay. I thought you went outside.
I did go outside, but Hana kind of like told me to go back inside, well, both you and
Yeah,
Hana
I did. I did as well, but I wasn't sure if you like caught a glance of what it.
I only saw
if
blood.
it said the same thing or not. Okay.
But what I was going to say, I do understand it at the other side. If they asked Soul to do it, we do have a more extensive panel that we can test on, especially in regards to animals. That's why we know what kind of rabbit it is. Again, I was told this by Soul, but I do know our equipment is able to do that more maybe than the PD side, which is more related to human. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Would you say that makes sense?
It makes sense.
Or do you want to put something in there regarding that you would as the chief veterinarian, you'd advise that we do not take samples of any blood that is found on a crime scene in or outside of the hospital for analysis, or any animal blood.
I will.
Or do you want to leave that?
I will leave that for the meeting.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm too tired to formulate words right now.
That's fine. Could I please, have you got any drink?
Yeah, of course.
Spare? No, thank you. Okay, let's go home.
Oh god, I totally forgot to tell you. Guess who visited yesterday?
I'm sorry, you're gonna have to say it again.
I forgot to tell you, but guess who visited us yesterday?
Who?
Alex.
Oh. Oh,
So
okay, that's a pleasant surprise.
I know. I mean, they missed us. They kind of got into a circle friends with Hana after I delivered them to MRPD. But I added them to the group chat, to the family group chat. So if there's an unrecognizable number, you'll know it's Alex.
I mean, there's a few. I think there might be a few. Anyway, make sure to go on your radio and like turn the radio off on the red button at the top right.
Yeah.
There we go. Good job.
And then go off duty in the phone, right? Or
I go off duty behind the desk. I only go on and off. I only go on duty on my phone if I
need to.
If I'm 10-100.
Okay.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah. And was gonna say, but kind of felt like the Terror Twins were united. You know how they were. Why is this one locked? That was weird.
That might have been me accidentally doing that just then.
Yeah.
Let's hope the valet hasn't clamped my car this time.
Yeah, I wonder what was wrong with that. There you go. Valet be stupid sometimes.
I know, right?
I still cannot help but shake the feeling that I opened a can of worms.
No, I don't think you're up in your worms. You're just exposed to it.
I just feel very conflicted still.
Yeah, I can understand that.
I also did something that I don't know why I did it, but you remember?
Yeah, go on, sorry.
You remember the yellow house in Grapeseed? The one with the porch?
Oh, the one further down, co-op.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but I just had the urge to go for a swim. So I parked up there and I went to swim in the Allen Mountain.
Oh, that must have been nice.
It was nice. It was very peaceful compared to the city. Even compared to Harmony,
Yeah, I bet.
there were locals around, but other than that, there wasn't anybody inside.
Hmm.
And afterwards I went to the village.
Okay.
I don't know, I just stayed there for a little bit before going back.
Hmm.
I guess it was also because we were talking about, you know, before.
Yeah.
And when I was talking to Hannah and Melissa about, you know, the tasing incident, we kind of drifted off into like missing specific people.
Right.
I don't know, I guess that's why I went back there.
Okay.
And this morning I went on a run here. I feel like I've been too caught up on work. I know why, because, you know, I'm gonna get the documentation done. But I might take a break tomorrow.
Yeah, I think you should. I'm depending on how I'm feeling, I'm probably going to stay in tomorrow and, you know, just take a rest.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
You're fine. Thank you for listening to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just hoping it's gonna be okay.
Yeah, so too.
I love you.
Stay well. I love you too.